prosim v ta mikrofon, prenos je na YouTube, ampak zvočnik za YouTube je tu, tako da, če boste tu nekje,
imam en list, da se pomagam, se mi tam vsem
dol.
dol.
Na pultu najboljše. Ja, pač ne po tipkah, ampak list gori bo šlo, pa mikrofon. To je samo tehnično. Good morning. Can you hear me? Excellent. Great. I'm kindly asking for a few minutes of patience because we are expecting Mrs. Conce to come on. Good morning. As you can see on the screen, we are trying to connect to our first speaker after the welcoming addresses, so I kindly ask you for a little patience that we succeed to get on board Mrs. Susanne Conce. Provided the fact that there must be some technical problem, allow me then to welcome you again at the University of Maribor. Most of you were here already yesterday. Most of you in another location very close by when we celebrated our 50th anniversary. I'm welcoming especially our State Secretary, Dr. Jure Gašparić, and all speakers. I'm welcoming our speakers online. Mr. Stefan Liebler from DG RTD and Mrs. Karine Lahn from the EUT Plus network. They are all going to contribute to our conference. The present speakers, Peter Haring-Borjeva and Dejan Korošak and Professor Kačić, of course, are in the room. I am using the time to introduce you what is awaiting you today. And you know this from your registration. It was the front side of the registration. The program today will be an opening. We will have then, hopefully, the keynote speech of Mrs. Conce. We will be able to ask her a few questions, and we will then be exhausted and we'll have a break upstairs. Most of you have already seen the area with the morning coffee. After that, we are going to the core part of the content that we have prepared for the second mission and the third mission of the university. We are going to listen to Mr. Stefan Liebler, who will present to us something about open science and the status and outlook. And afterwards, Professor Korczak will present to you the approach of University of Maribor to the topic of open science. We will then hear about Athena from our colleague Peter Haring Bolivar, and we will finish this part with one of the topics that is discussed very hot. What is the legal framework of European universities in the future? And of course, in the end, we invite you to actively help us to sum up and to put questions, and we will ask you to consider some potential conclusions. So one more attempt. So obviously, one more. So maybe I suggest that we start with the opening part. And as I've already said, we have among us the State Secretary of the Republic of Slovenia from the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, Dr. Jure Gašparić. And I am very grateful that he made time to come to us and will address us with his words. Please.
Thank you, always with pleasure. Dear Rector, organizers, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, it is really my great pleasure to welcome you to this conference. But at the very beginning, of course, allow me to sincerely, warmly congratulate the University of Maribor on its 50th anniversary. I must say that the theme of today's conference, integration of research, teaching and innovation, is perhaps the best reflection of the path this university has followed since 1975. Why? I'm a historian, and I believe that the history of every university is, in many ways, a mirror of its time. A period shapes the university, while the university shapes or strives to shape both its present and, of course, its future. In 1975, when this university was established, it was both a reflection of the needs of this eastern part of Slovenia, and at the same time, a powerful driving force of progress. And looking back at that time and comparing it, I know it's anachronistically with today, this raises important questions about development. In 1975, for example, the term global warming was used for the first time in its modern sense. And the same year, two then very young unknown men, Bill Gates and Paul Allen, founded a small company called Microsoft in Albuquerque in New Mexico. And in Yugoslavia, Slovenia was then part of Yugoslavia. New public televisions were being established, while questions of the post-war world such as the border with Italy, for example, were still being resolved in 1975. So the world was very, very different. It was a post-war world, yet already showing signs of future trends. And the role of the modern university in society is precisely this: to help define the pressing questions of its time, to anticipate future, and to, of course, seek solution. And this, of course, can only be achieved by embracing all dimensions of its mission: research, teaching, and societal impact. And today, it is also clearer than ever that addressing challenges requires a joint effort. Too often, Europe remains fragmented, but not only between member states, also between sectors. We are still treating education, research, economic development, labor market, etc., separately. And this fragmentation is more of an obstacle than really a benefit. Some argue, hey, we have to keep the focus, but is it really this the path towards a brighter future? In my view, one of the best examples of what can be achieved when we collaborate across disciplines and across borders is CERN, the world's largest particle physics laboratory in Geneva. Last year it celebrated 70th anniversary, and this year Slovenia, I have to say that, became a full member. We had a nice flag-raising ceremony in July. And CERN's achievements across all fields also demonstrate that scale matters. And Europe also is increasingly acknowledging this reality, from the Draghi report to the draft of the new MFF, multi-annual financial framework. In the global competition, progress can only be achieved, of course, together. And on this path, universities and research institutions will play a crucial role. I wish you a very successful conference full of bold and bright ideas. And once again, Director Dirs Rauko, congratulations to the University of Maribor, and may your journey continue with success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. State Secretary Dr. Jure Gašparić, for your very welcome words. And I'm also very glad to welcome among us Mrs. Susanne Konze, who is going to be very soon addressing you. But before, I kindly invite yes, at these occasions I always say I studied law. And I don't know why the screen doesn't want to recognize me. So, Professor Dr. Kacic, our host of today, and also the legal representative of the recipient of so many awards, not only yesterday, but also through the 50 years. Please, I invite you to open this conference, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear State Secretary Dr. Jure Gašparić, esteemed speakers from the European Commission, Ms. Susanne Konze and Ms. Stefan Liebler, dear Ms. Karin Lahn from EUT+, dear friends from Athena Plus and other European University Alliances, on behalf of the University of Maribor, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to the end of the week of our university's 50th anniversary celebration. Exactly yesterday, 50 years ago, the University of Maribor was founded out of the former Association of Higher Education Institutions of Maribor. It is a coincidence, maybe also a destiny, that on the same day, September 18, 1988, the Magna Carta Universitatum was signed in Bologna. Most of you joined us at the main ceremony yesterday evening. Thank you for coming to Maribor and for deciding to dedicate your time today to discussing the challenges for European University Alliances to integrate the three missions of universities. The European University Initiative celebrated its 5th year of development. During this time, the number of European University Alliances grew to 65, with co-financing by the European Union, Athena with former co-financing, and another 7 holders of the Seal of Excellence, who submitted qualitative applications and remain without actual co-founding due to the limited budget. In their development, the alliances encountered many open questions related to the realization of the key objectives of the initiative, the manner of their implementation in the light of the capacities of the alliances, and the diversity of the current legal frameworks within the common European higher education area, and face the challenge of finding the new solutions that will enable the long-term strengthening of their competitiveness at the global level. The diversity of the European higher education area is an advantage, but it also poses many challenges. Yet, besides the focus of integrating the higher education area in the sphere of joint study programs and mobility of staff and students, the question of harmonization of the European research area and the higher education area comes to the foreground of the task of the European University Alliances. The core mission of a university is education, research, and knowledge transfer. The main cognitions out of the past decade of economics and social crisis, also in the process of European University Alliances, are that both European areas of research and education lose ground in the competition with other world research and higher education areas, leading to loss of European industrial leadership and loss of innovation potential. After 5 years of successful development of the European University initiatives, it is vital to continue the debate on the challenges and opportunities for its even more successful growth in the future, especially from the perspective of a holistic approach to the European University as a higher education institution pursuing its mission at the European level in the field of education, research, and knowledge transfer. In this context, it seems appropriate to take up the challenging mission to further integrate the European higher education and the research area. European University Alliances should be the frontrunners and co-creators of this process. I firmly believe that this must be followed by ensuring a new legal framework for the European University Alliances that will uniformly regulate the functioning of the European University at the European level in all its mission as a European institution. I believe today's debate will be a good opportunity to continue the debate on open questions concerning further development of European universities and take a step forward in the search for solutions at the European level, as one of the crucial goals of the European University Initiative is establish a European university as an European institution. I wish you all a fruitful discussion and an enjoyable day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kacic, for your welcome speech. And as the conference is now opened, we can also now see Mrs. Susanne Conze. And just for technical reasons, the first check, do you hear us?
Yes, thank you very much. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I think I have to put the microphone somewhere closer. Can you repeat again?
Can you hear me now? Is that okay?
Obviously, the microphone is not sensitive enough. I'm having now this. So now it should be much better. And now we can also hear you through the loudspeaker. So, Mrs. Conce, I already introduced the program today, so everybody knows who you are, and not to waste much of your time, I'm inviting you cordially to give us your address, and I'm very grateful that you took the time in this very stressy period. And very welcome among us now virtually, and we are looking forward to hear from you. You will not be able to see the audience because of the technical setting, but later. Just for you to know, we are here with about 70 to 80 people, and there are 13 alliances present, both holders of the Seals of Excellence and others, and of course Athena as the special one who has already been granted a grant and now is struggling for the prolongation or a next opportunity. This in our own interest. Thank you very much for your patience, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dragic, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you personally, but it was simply not possible due to all kinds of other constraints at the moment here in Brussels. But first of all, I would like to congratulate the University of Maribor, which celebrates its 50th anniversary. And there seems to be a lot of reason to celebrate. And from my information, with 50% of students coming from around the world, the University of Maribor is recognized as the most international university in Slovenia. And it has also received the Global Student Satisfaction Support for its efforts to create supportive learning and teaching environments for students. I think with this, the European University of Maribor, is also a very good place for discussing and a good setting for discussing all the issues we have to discuss today and in the next years. And for my intervention on ambitious internationalization, on reinforcing the links between education, research, and innovation in the context of European University Alliances. So thanks a lot for that, and I wish the University of Maribor all the very best for the next 50 years. Last week, the President of the Commission, Ms. von der Leyen, gave her State of the Union speech, where she outlined her vision for Europe's strategic autonomy, independence, and competitiveness. She started by saying that Europe is in a fight for peace, democracy, for liberty, and our ability to determine our destiny for ourselves. She remarked also when she started this speech that this is not an easy message, and it's not an easy start for a speech. And independently, if we think it is the right way to put it, or it is maybe too strong, and it may be, I think it's important for us to recognize that this is the context when we are talking about education, about higher education, and its role for the future of Europe. It is also the context under which we are skills and we'll come to the view in a moment what is the role of universities in this context. But if we go back to the structure of the skills, we see that it is structured around 4 pillars. On the one hand, looking at the basic skills, and that is not only the basic skills that we learn at school, the reading, the writing, and mathematics. It is also going further into the question of STEM skills and STEAM skills. So all the skills in science, technology, engineering, mathematics, linked also to creativity and further development and arts. And looking at these skills, of course, universities are in the middle of that. They play a key role when we are looking at STEM or STEAM skills and competences in the future. A second pillar is skills for re- and upskilling. And there we have, of course, at first immediately look at adult education and what we need to do to bring adults up to speed and in their competences, those who are already in the labor market, those who might need to reskill to stay in the labor market, to become productive in their context. But it's also, and our Vice President put it in a couple of days ago in a nice frame, it is the university also a little bit the view of making a contract with their students, that the students are not only there for the 3 or 5 years to get their first degrees, but also to make a kind of a symbolic contract with them to be available throughout their life to upskill and reskill at any moment in their future careers. Another point is the separation of skills, so making skills and people with their skills and competences, putting them more in a position to be mobile in Europe and get their skills recognized via initiatives such as the Skills Portability Initiative. But finally, also here again, universities play a key role in attracting talents from all over the world. Choose Europe for Science is one of the big initiatives also lots of universities are looking at, and certainly my colleague from RTD will have this in mind when looking at the skills initiatives. But also it's the question of attracting talents also at a younger age. All the initiatives we have in our joint degrees, in our Erasmus Mundus degrees, in our reach out to students from across the world to come and study in Europe, to stay in Europe, and to help us also shaping our future. So universities and university alliances, of course, are a central player in implementing the Union of Skills, in developing skills and competences from early students' enrollment to lifelong learning perspectives. And in this context also I would like to raise or mention some initiatives which are a little bit more detailed and more specific for the university sector. This is on the one hand relating to the STEM's education strategic plan, the view on joint programs and scholarships, micro-credentials in the field of STEM, and also include in brackets in the field of STEAM. This is simply to motivate more young people to study STEM subjects. And there are already lots of young people who are doing so and investing in this, and we are very happy about it. But if we are looking at the demands we will have in the future, we might need more. The other point is the Joint European Degree Label and the initiatives. And here in the background, are there any questions? Is there an issue?
No, we can hear you and we have no background sounds. I hope there's nobody interfering.
Okay.
Please continue. Thank you.
Okay, please, sorry, I was possibly confusing them. Okay, the Joint European Degree Label, and I will in a minute a little bit outline more on that because there were also some specific questions on the Joint European Degree Label. But this initiative really aims to catalyze innovation, to remove foreign barriers to cross-border collaboration in developing study courses, and to reinforce also our position as a global hub for academic excellence. Joint degree programs have the potential to provide young people with a much richer learning experience, and we would like to have more young people, or give more young people the chance to benefit from them. And another point which is also raised in the Union of Skills, and that we are looking more and more at, is the question of widening access to higher education, including by creating more pathways to higher education, and also to look at reaching out to groups which are traditionally not that strongly represented. Just let me make now a small break on the European Degree Label. The European Degree Label, as was also adopted by the Council earlier this year, want to have this European degree label available from mid-26. This is quite ambitious as a timeline, but we are hoping strongly that this will work out, and we are working with experts and with member states to reach this and really make it happen. And while having the label, we also hope over the next years to collect more insight and have more experience in how we can transform the label to a real European degree, which then would in the end also help European joint study programs in administrative terms, so to really reduce the administrative burden they are currently facing when setting up the program and when getting it accredited. European degree labels and also joint European degree are open to all universities and to consortia of all universities. They are not limited to European alliances. They are really a call to all higher education institutions. And also in autumn we will publish 2 calls which should support the creation of such joint programs and which are also open to all higher education institutions in Europe. Coming for a moment back to the Union of Skills, I tried to outline a bit that the Union of Skills are crucial for this, that the universities are crucial for the success of the Union of Skills. And higher education is providing the talent and the skills Europe and its company needs for the future to reaffirm the competitiveness at a global scale. European university alliance, especially, and I mean here all, including of course the Seal of Excellence alliances, are very ambitious in defending our European values, in defending our democracies, in contributing to shaping Europe's future. We know that the jobs of tomorrow are not the jobs of today. We know that these future jobs will require new skills. They will require more graduates from higher education, and they will require a better link between education, research, and innovation. Also, in order to attract talent and from abroad and remain competitiveness, we need to invest in transnational cooperation and strengthen higher education institutions. And there, the university alliances and the Seal of Excellence alliances are very much coming in. The European degree label is a key tool for that. And also our discussions on the competence framework for academic careers in higher education aims to contribute to that. All alliances and will make a difference to Europe, and that is the good news, and we are very supportive, and we are very convinced about that. They will help us to reduce fragmentation across Europe's higher education landscape, and they will create the conditions to attract academic staff and to attract and to support research careers, and also to offer cutting-edge knowledge and high-level skills. Therefore, we are also thinking that there's a strong need for creating more synergies with under the support of funding. And that brings me a little bit to my last point on the future of the alliances, and that is probably something which is also very much in the discussion, of course, of your conference today. With the European alliances and what we have seen after 5 years in this event development and in the experience with that, we really see a great diversity of cooperation models, and we also see that for the first time really a long-term cooperation, sustainable cooperation seems to be successful across Europe and seems to really work, and that is the very good and very strong news. And we also very much appreciate the different ways alliances have found together, have built their links and their connections. We are very happy about seeing this broad geographical balance and the involvement of all member states and alliances and all different types of universities in European university alliances. University alliances, of course, are expected also now to go further, to reach out more and to really reach their full potential. And that means to mainstream their activities across all partner institutions, to embed more mobility and international cooperation, to embed challenge-based learning approaches, to create more joint programs and degrees, flexible learning pathways, micro-credentials, and so on. They should also aim for reaching out broader inside their institution, to ensure that every student, every researcher knows that he or she is studying or working at
Thank you very much, Mrs. Conce, for this, I think, very interesting pieces of information that are, from my understanding, very promising, especially two of the items that you mentioned, policy of the Union of the Skills, and also the potential, or shall I say, hopeful inclusion of European University Alliances in the two other programs that are mentioned by you. Thank you very much again, and I would, if you allow, open the question and answers, or how we call it, reflections, not to say interrogation. So I can see that the chat of Karine Lan was more or less only by a technical reason, so sorry. And I would ask the audience, which you cannot see unfortunately, but to raise hands if you have a question or a comment on the presentation that we heard. Nobody, and now we have two at once. As soon as I said nobody, we have two at once. Maybe I will go to the guest first, Dr. Peter Haring-Bolivar from University of Siegen, who is in Athena, the head of the, or head and co-head of the work package that is dealing with integration of the three missions of the university. Please.
Dear Ms. Conce, thank you very much for the very nice overview of the activities. A bit of a start of a discussion, yeah? How do we go from labels to legally functional structures? Yeah? For instance, with the European degree label, yeah? It's always desirable, obviously, to have to make full use of the human talents in Europe, and we need borderless and seamless acceptance of degrees, etc. And so how do we go from labels, yeah, which is nice, that gives us visibility, yeah, but for the long-term desirable, really Europeanly accepted titles, yeah, for instance. But that just as one of the examples of beyond labels, how can we influence also national governments to accept regulations which makes all our lives simpler, and then by the impact of our activities better?
Thank you. Mrs. Conce, would you like to comment on the question or to reply to this discussion? Or shall I collect some more questions?
Well, up to you. I can answer directly, but I can...
Yeah, please, then shoot.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Yes, it is, there are two things, or basically they're working a little bit parallel things. So on the one hand, well, the basic idea was to have a European degree for joint programs in order to lighten the whole procedure of accreditation of study programs and so on, and make it possible that we could use the so-called European approach in the accreditation of joint degree programs. And this, of course, with the label not possible. Nevertheless, with the label, and that's what we've discussed in the Council and agreed with Member States, we have a set of already defined a set of criteria, which is also in the end a basis for the set of criteria for accrediting joint European degree programs. So what we try to do now is, by having the label, to test out how that works, how we can test how we can check out these criteria, how we can put them into the system, and which administrative ways we will have to hand out the label and to agree on that. And while doing so, we will at the same time continue our work on seeing the feasibility, the possible administrative hurdles, the possible, in some member states, the possible difficulties at the legal level to integrate and to, in the end, have finally a European degree. You're right, and it's also visible from the results of the Council negotiations and the documents adopted, that member states are partly still a little bit reluctant on that. And the Council has asked for having a final say on the adoption of a European degree, so a real degree and not only the label, in a couple of years' time, so in 28, 29, and has asked the Commission to work to by that time, so to allow the Council to take a final decision on that, or a decision on the European degree. And this is exactly where we have to look with some member states where their difficulties are. Some member states might need to change the legal basis in their higher education laws, others not. And really to go into detail and see how we could make a university degree happen, how we can really realize a possible eased accreditation process for joint degree programs and put that in practice. But at the same time, with the label, we can already attract attention to it. We can already convince people of the advantage of European degree programs, and we can already see how, in a purely administrative context, a label or a degree could work. So these are the two things we can cover. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your reply to the question. And the next question is from Professor Dr. Zdravko Kačić. So please.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Conce, for this very valuable information that you gave us, and we are very happy to hear that that your determination to European university initiatives and all the European alliances stays firm, and that we can see full support of European Commission to all the efforts that the university alliances are actually making. My question would go into two directions. First is, we deliberately actually addresses today's conference in the direction of more holistic view on European universities. We understand and are trying to do our best in the direction that being competitive on a global level, being competitive towards United States and China, we really needs to strengthen our potentials and to actually join our potential to become competitive. And I am sure that every alliances up to now sees that this is possible, that they have the potential to be so, but of course they have to be given a proper framework in which they could perform this on a European level. We are strongly advocating the perception of European university being an institution on European level. So not obliged to any national laws, because this, we think, is the major obstacle for us to somehow start our mission. And in my first question would be, what is your opinion about the possibilities that we actually will find a proper legal framework which will allow us to really, within this legal framework, fulfill all three our missions: teaching, research, and knowledge transfer. And this, we are aware that this is a very critical and very difficult question, and the final answer cannot begin, but just some thoughts or some direction in which you think we should go, and how we as European University Alliances can help you with the pressure on the national level to achieve this goal as soon as possible. We have witnessed it in the last 5 years, significant changes in the perception, at least in Slovenia, at our ministry, which is very much in favor of supporting this idea. We all know that education is a national things, and the European Commission has a limited possibilities for that. But I think that it is a necessity that we will be much more able to compete if we will have this really legal framework that will allow us to do so. And the second, maybe not so difficult question, if I can say so, we discussed in the last year and a half opportunity to building up a European degree. However, there were some doubts that with doing this, we will somehow open up the questions of, or question, what will happen with the national degree? We will have here some problem of misperception that the national degree will be then the second-class degree. These were quite, I would say, a strong feelings that we see could be dangerous in development of European degree, for which we think is very important, because through this we see that we can build up common standards on European level, which is also one of the important things if we want to build up European University as a European institution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please shoot.
Yes, I'm not sure, acoustically was a bit difficult here on my side, so I hope that I got the main gist out of the question, but my understanding is the first question was more a little bit the legal setup of the European University Alliances and also then their access to funding of the three missions. And you are probably aware that we are looking at the possibilities to having a legal entity for European University Alliances and providing a frame for that. And at the moment, the situation is that we have only 16 alliances at the moment who have chosen a legal entity on different legal bases, partly on Belgian law, which is more flexible, on different other law. And we have this European legal framework of the regional cooperation, where I have to always forget the abbreviation of it. So this European regional cooperation, or territorial cooperation legal framework is also, it seems to be already now the best fitting framework. Yeah, EGCC. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. That is what I never can remember. So it is the best fitting legal framework at the moment, and we are also discussing with DG Regio, who plans, they are planning anyway to an updated kind of revision of it, to change this or to adapt this legal framework even more for universities. The beauty of that would be that if we make this review and this update of the legal framework more fitting to universities, we have already a national practice in applying it and using it. So this makes it helpful. On the other hand, our legal service also tells us that we could think about the development of a legal statute framework based on the education paragraph in the European Treaty on 166, which we also thinking and will probably look at in parallel, because on the long run that could be even better than the other one, but that would take several years. It's probably more a medium-term vision than many years. So this is where we're working on to make that better. But I would also underline that we are not expecting necessarily all alliances to take a legal entity. It is depending on what fits to your alliances, to your ambition, and there will be no link between funding and financial support to alliances and the question if you have a legal entity or if you
No, not because of what you said. Sorry, not because of what you said, because you were for 2 seconds interrupted. That was the shocking view. I'm sorry.
Shocked you would say that I'm all for more internationalization in national programs, but I think European degree programs could pave the way for thinking more broadly and having exchange opportunities, having embedded, be it physical mobility or be it virtual mobility, more strongly embedded also in national degree programs. This is something European alliances are working strongly on with having their campuses and their European campuses to really make that an opportunity for every student. But I think this is the only point I see. Otherwise, I'm very strongly in favor of keeping the value of national programs because in the near future and also medium term, European joint degree programs will not be the standard and it will be a part and one option among very different options.
Thank you very much. I would, due to the time, I would allow one last intervention, and the hands up again with Peter Haring-Bolivar, and I just carry the microphone to him. And please.
So sorry, returning back to the first point of Rector Gacic, yeah? A legal framework, yeah? And I am a bit more blunt than the elegant rector, yeah? It is like a competition to create some kind of legal structure, and we are all going for the least complicated way of founding this Belgian ISBL, yeah, Association Sans But Lucratif, yeah, which basically closes our eyes for the reality, yeah? Then we're complying with the requirement to make a legal structure. It sounds nice and it is catastrophic, yeah? It limits severely what we can do. We're creating a Belgian institution in that moment and are going, all of what we do is then under Belgian law. And so we are destroying part of the potential of the universities by going that way, yeah? And so that's why we must insist there is no optimum legal structure presently available in Europe to mobilize and enable the full potential of the university association, and that's really drastically required and urgently required, because otherwise we all go through this path of the least effort, comply with having a legal structure, but the legal structure has consequences which inhibit many things which we want to do. And so I just there wanted to emphasize there we need a rapid solution, otherwise we will everyone will have an ASBL, we can check a legal structure, but it's worthless. Yeah? And so we, for instance, in Athena decided not to do it because it would restrain us from doing things which we want to do.
Thank you. We will have later today also a little more about legal entities, but still, as you are here with us now, kindly, if you have some words regarding this point to reply. Thank you.
Yes, yes, you understand. That is why we have made the looking at the legal statutes also an activity we are at the moment working on. That there is probably not the ideal one at the moment available, and but I want to underline again, it is not an obligation from in any way, and it's not from our side a pressure for alliances to adopt a legal status. That is not what we are asking you to do, or where we would really want to push them. It is really at the moment we have to see
Thank you very much for your readiness also to answer questions, heavy questions. If it were to be easy, we wouldn't have so many conferences about it. I would, by this, close this first part of our gathering today. Thank you, Mrs. Conze. We will now have a 25 minutes break. And I know your time is precious, but if you have any opportunity or a colleague of you to join us in 11:30, we will be very glad. Else, we hope to be allowed to send you the results of our further gathering to your address and to your colleagues, so we will be informed about the further outcomes. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, after this input, we have in our program a break of half an hour, but it will be only 25 minutes. Most of you have been in the morning already at the coffee, so we invite you back one floor higher to our, as I always like to call them, party rooms, and have a little refreshment and be here at 11:30 sharp to continue. Unfortunately, Mr. Liebler and Mrs. Lahn, you will not be able to enjoy our coffee and tea, but I hope you have something there to refresh, and we see each other again at 11:30. Thank you very much. prišli dol, ker naši online gosti bodo zdaj že čakali. Hello. Hello, Liebler. People are slowly returning. I hope for a little more patience, but they are about to come down. This time I was there and taking the glasses out of their hands. So they will come any moment. A little more, 2 more minutes maybe. Thanks. Hello, Mrs. Lan. I just explained to Stefan that we are returning and it's going, in my taste, a little slow. So I will ask you for 2 more minutes and I'm going to drag them down. Thank you. I'll be back in 1 or 2 minutes. Thank you. Ateni so univerze približno naše velikosti in tudi približno našega razreda. Iz cele Evrope, iz različnih regij, torej od vzhoda do zahoda, vse, torej iz Grčije do Litve in iz Španije do Poljske. Točno 10 univerz in ena je celo iz Ukrajine. Tako da imamo 10 univerz, približno 108, Evropska univerza Atena. Ja, in imamo 180 tisoč študentov, 18 tisoč zaposlenih in kar pač te podatke, torej naše študente v bistvu lahko poveseli tega univerze. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who will return later, have the seats, please. We are going to continue with the second part dedicated to research and innovation. And I welcome among us our next speaker, Mr. Stefan Liebler from DG RTD. I have introduced in the beginning already in the program all of our speakers, where they come from, so I will not repeat that. And I invite Dr. Liebler to share his presentation. And if anything goes wrong, as I said, I studied law, I have a backup ready, but obviously it works. So please, Stefan, shoot. Thank you.
Thank you for the kind invitation. I think you see my slides also on the screen for everyone visible very frequently. Thank you. Thank you for the kind invitation to this event at the University of Maribor, celebrating on the one hand its 50th birthday, and now this event specifically dedicated to the 5th birthday of the European University Initiative. I was invited to talk about open science, and I will talk about open science practices and enablers, the status and outlook. And this is the bridge from what we heard in the first part of today, being more on the educational aspects, towards, as we heard, the second and the third pillar of universities being more research and also knowledge mobilization. For the European Commission, and this is shown here on the second slide, open science is meant to facilitate the sharing and collaboration, thereby accelerating the discovery process, improving research quality. This is a very important aspect, and by that making science more impactful also for research itself, and central to human and societal development. And in order to embrace open science as the modus operandi of our daily research, this requires on the one hand side to improve the wide range of practices, and on the other hand, develop the corresponding enablers. And the practices, I give a few examples at the bottom of this slide. The practices are something like early and open sharing of research to ensure verifiability and reproducibility, to provide immediate and unrestricted open access to research output management in line with what we know as the FAIR principles, so to say that research output is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, and also public engagement in R&I. So these are the practices which mean open science with the objectives to facilitate sharing and collaboration. And in order to get there, because this is something that needs to be done in research, we need to develop the necessary enablers. This is a very broad field to develop the enablers for open science. One aspect is to have the right incentives and rewards to adopt open science principles. One of those is, for example, the initiative for reforming research assessment, which is called WARA, where many universities are also involved. With the aim to reform research assessment. The second point is a legislative and regulatory environment for practicing open science, so to have the right copyright, data, and digital legislation in place to move ahead. And lastly, what is also very important are open research infrastructures and skills, and two of those are, for example, Research Europe as a publishing platform for the European Open Science Cloud, EOS. And what you find in this green mark box on the right-hand side is what I will focus on during the talk. So I will focus on the legislative and regulatory environment and on these two open science research infrastructures that you can see here. But before getting there, let me first set this into the bigger picture. And in that regard, I want to refer to the European Research Area Policy Agenda. The European Research Area is a framework similar to, you're very familiar with the EA, the European Education Area, an area where the member states and the Commission come together and are setting objectives and outcomes that they want to move ahead. Slide went forward automatically, sorry for that. And there's the Policy Agenda 2025 to 2027, which was adopted by the Council of the European Union in May this year, which implies that it is accepted by all of the member states within the European Union. You can see that it splits into ERA structural policies 1 to 11 and ERA actions 1 to 8 on the other hand. The structural policies being more long-term, ERA actions being a bit more short-term, meaning they should really be accomplished within the 3-year policy agenda. And quite a few are related to open science. If you look at the structural policies, this is number 1, enabling open science. It's number 5, reforming research assessment. It's number 10, enhancing trust in science. If you look into the ERA actions, it's number 1, equity in open science. Also many others with a connection with open science. And I highlighted 2 more specifically on this slide, which is number 6 and 9 in blue. Because those two also have a relation to what we are talking about today, which is the upscaling of knowledge valorization capacities and activities, number 6, and improving the articulation between R&I and the higher education within the ERA. So this should make really the connection between the European research area and also the European education area and higher education, because as we were hearing today already, these are pillars, but they are definitely not distinct. They have to go together. first expected outcomes, starting with the third one, the EU copyright data framework fit for research. And there I can go back also to the overarching objectives. If you read in the EU treaty, so this is really very basic, then it aims and strives for the free circulation of scientific knowledge in the European research area. And just last year in the Nicoletta was writing his report on the single market, where he advocates that we have to push towards the fifth reader, being knowledge diffusion, driving societal advancement within Europe. And in that regard, EU copyright and digital legislation is the enabler of knowledge circulation. If you go back, I was referring to the policy agenda 2025 to 2027, but you can already find this in the previous policy agenda from 2022 to 2024, where it was reading as Era Action 2 to propose an EU copyright and data legislative and regulatory framework fit for research, including identifying the relevant areas and challenges, and to propose legislative and non-legislative measures. And in that regard, there was a very extensive study made, which you can find, for example, by scanning this QR code. It's available on the Commission's website. This study in whole has more than 1,000 pages, so it's really very comprehensive, and it gives a comprehensive evidence on challenges, barriers, and the possible policy measures to improve the access to and to reuse of research results, publications, and data for scientific purposes. It uses a very broad methodology by literature review, comparative legal study, survey programs, and interview programs, really getting all the relevant stakeholders on board. And just to highlight a few of the identified barriers, you can find them on the right-hand side. It's statements of researchers on the questions, have you ever faced one of the following situations in your career? And non-surprisingly, for example, 80% were saying I was unable to obtain access to copyright-protected knowledge resources because my research organization did not have the necessary subscription, or 60% says because it was behind a paywall or electronic channel. If you go further down, there's also researchers refrain, for example, from sharing knowledge resources that they even had co-created with other researchers because of the risk of potential copyright infringement. saying here, originally it was set up for EU program beneficiaries. However, there's also a vision for Aura, and this vision is to make it a high quality, trusted, open access publishing service with no author fees at all, which is collectively owned and supported by research funders and research institutions for the public good, meaning it's not for profit, with the ambition of having a publishing service that's available to all of the researchers in an open source infrastructure. And the way towards this goal is already paved in the sense that there was a statement of intent signed in January 2025 by public funders within Europe. Among them is, for example, also the Slovenian Research and Innovation Agency, and a collaboration agreement to fund Aura by those funders is expected soon. Emphasize that new members, including also institutional members, are always welcome to exceed, including participation in the governance and funding. The launch of this new collective Aura as a publishing platform is foreseen for the third quarter of 2026. So this is one of the enablers that we are developing from the side of the European Commission, a publishing platform that is already well accepted for the time being for EU beneficiaries, but it shall be open to the broad research community in the future. And with this, I come to the third enabler that I was listing on the very first slide, and this is the European Open Science Cloud. And here, let me start again with a bit of policy background. It is enshrined in the policy agenda 2025-2027, but it was already years back in the EU strategy for data mentioned as the basis for a science, research, and innovation data space that will be fully connected also with the other sectorial data spaces, like, for example, the European Health Data Space that is set up. And just within the last year, you could find three very important reports for the European Commission and the European Union, which is the report by Letta that I was already mentioning on the single market, the fifth freedom. And here it says the central pillar of this strategy is the creation of a European knowledge commons, a centralized digital platform providing access to publicly funded research data sets and educational resources. And as you can see, EOS can exactly be this centralized digital platform. Then there was Mario Draghi on the future of European competitiveness, which is very well known to all of us, where he also said that world-leading research and technological infrastructure capable of serving the whole European ecosystem is timely and needed, and also very explicit with respect to EOS was the report by Manuel Heiter on the framework program Horizon Europe, and also FP10, the next framework program, where he says the European Open Science Cloud is a key enabler of the digitalization of research infrastructures, and it even has the potential to become the most generally used infrastructure in Europe. This, of course, depends on us, but it also depends on all of us, all the involved stakeholders, and at the very end, the researchers who have to be willing to make use of what is currently developed. Another slide, and last slide on the objectives for EOS. Just this week, the European Commission adopted the European Strategy on Research and Technology Infrastructures. And also in this strategy on research and technology infrastructures, you can find three actions that do have a connection to the European Open Science Cloud. The first one is again to sustain and enhance the EOS Federation, similar as it was in the first outcome of the structural policy in the agenda for 2025 to 2027, support the compliance with fair principles, and lastly also support the pooling and development of AI-ready research data. Why is that? Because obviously for the uptake of AI, high-quality data is also a very crucial ingredient. So you will also find it in connection to what is known as RAISE, that will be a crucial component of the AI and science strategy. So you will also find EOS in the context of the upcoming AI and science strategy and the data union strategy, both strategies that are supposed to be adopted in the month of October. And last but not least, we heard already this morning from Susanne that we had the proposal of MFF and this framework program FP10, where now research and technology infrastructures are in a new pillar, which is pillar 4. And this also specifically includes again the EOS, the European Open Science Cloud. But now let me come, after all of these objectives, actually to the actual implementation, to the actual platform. So what is it? The EOS and the EOS Federation, starting with the EU node. EOS is meant to be an open and trusted federation of collaborative and autonomous infrastructure. And you can imagine this to be a web of distributed nodes. Think of the internet where you enter and you are able to find different web pages. Similarly, you shall be able to find different nodes in this what we call the EOS Federation. And these nodes are provided either, for example, at the national level as so-called national nodes. They are provided as thematic nodes by consortia, or for example, the big European areas, for example. And last but not least, there's also an EOS EU node, which was provisioned by the European Commission, and that one is already usable. It's a node that is meant to be deep in the ground for the other nodes to accumulate around it. And you can use it. It was launched about a year ago in October 2024. If you go to the webpage by scanning the QR code, you will end up on a webpage that looks like this. And this, for example, on the one hand already has an open resource hub where you can find millions of research data that is harvested from various repositories. I, for example, was here looking for my own paper when I was still a particle physicist years ago, and I could find it. So indeed that works. It has a help desk, it has a technology forum, and it has a user space, so you can log in. And if you log in, and here I was, for example, you can see this in this red box, and this window goes up and it asks you to find your home institution. And I was typing in Maribor and it gave me two options, the University of Maribor or ANES. So ANES is the Slovenian NRED, for those who are not familiar with the Slovenian Research and Education Network. So I already have the possibility to log in as a researcher from Slovenia. Why is that? Because it's running through my Access ID by Gian, which is based on all of the European internet. And there's also the connection to the education networks that are already set up. So any researcher who is at European university shall be able to log in through the credentials of the corresponding university. And you will find a couple of services in the EU node, like File Sync and Share, virtual machines, interactive notebooks, cloud container platforms, large file transfer, bulk data transfer, giving you the possibility to put your research workflow really on the EU node. And if you log in, it looks like this. On the left-hand side, you will get to see these different options. There's my name. You are assigned a certain amount of credits. This depends on your status, also in the university. This is automatically done. For example, this is not a bit of an older picture where I had 90 remaining credits. I think currently I share 500, and then I can spend these credits for example, File Sync and Share, interactive notebooks, large file transfer, etc., etc. And this is refreshed every 3 months. So every 3 months you're getting the credits again. It's a bit in order to steer the usage on the platform, and the organizations behind the EU node are also currently adapting the credit system from time to time in order to adapt it to the needs of the researchers. I was here, for example, asking for File Sync and Share, and then I was able to open an own cloud instance, which is the third-party provider providing the storage space, to open a storage space for me, and I was also opening an interactive notebook, and I could do a very small little research workflow, which I did copy from the past, still on the EU node. So this is what is already there. Now I was telling you that we are aiming for a single node, but it shall be many nodes of different origin that shall come together. And we had a dialogue process that started in 2024 with 121 interested organizations, out of which 13 organizations were then invited to a kickoff workshop in Brussels this year in March. You can see a picture on the right-hand side. And there they formed the so-called EOS Federation Build-Up Group. The involved organizations are depicted down here. And it's a mixture of, and this I was already trying to explain, of so-called national nodes. So you can, for example, find here the Polish node, or the German node, or the Finnish node, where at the national level such a node shall be established. On the other hand, you can also find thematic nodes. There's one big life science research node where four big institutions came together, for example, LHC, EMBA, Eurobioimaging, and Instruct area. And there are also others that, for example, like CERN being a very large infrastructure. As you know, Slovenia was joining this year. And this Federation Build-Up Group is now working on the technical specifications of the EOS in its final form. There are first deliverables. The first one, for example, being on the authorization and authentication infrastructure, which is exactly on this aspect of single sign-on, that as a researcher you can log in to one node, being it the EU node or being it your national node or a thematic node, and you are automatically finding and can log into all of the other nodes. This is ensured by the AI architecture. And there's a second deliverable, which is the resource catalog, which will also allow you to then find what the other nodes are offering in order to set up your research workflow. One thing that I may maybe also emphasize, what is already possible on the EU node, is that you are forming groups. So you can have a shared space between researchers, for example, from your university and the other university, where both of you can access and work together. Now, what are the possibilities of participation in the EOS Federation in the current stage? As I was saying, for researchers, you can already probe the offerings of the EOS EU node. This is operational. For organizations, there are two options. The first one is really to enroll as an EOS node, forming your own node. And as I was saying, we are aiming for national thematics and e-infrastructure scope nodes. A second wave of enrollment shall be open soon. However, the ultimate idea is that we are not having thousands of nodes, but only ballpark 100 to 200 nodes, which means that many organizations shall also come into the federation by onboarding their resources to one of the existing nodes as a third-party resource provider. So these are the two options: enrolling as an own node or onboarding of resources to an existing node. And this can, for example, if your national node is set up, be your national node, or it can also be the national node and a thematic node if you are very strong in a certain thematic area. The build-up group will or aims to demonstrate use cases that are established among the nodes now, partially involving the EU node, partially also not. At the EOS Symposium in Brussels, that you can still register for or follow online, so stay tuned to see more how this federation is now evolving. And I may lastly also emphasize that EOS was and is, among others, funded through Horizon Europe calls, recently with an increasing focus on the EOS Federation for 2027. For example, there's also a co-fund action foreseen and that involves national funders. In that sense, you may pay attention to the upcoming calls in the work programs. I specifically refer to 26 and 27 because for 25, most of the calls are closing today. So if you haven't started, I think you might be a bit late now. But check it and find options in order to move ahead and make EOS and the EOS Federation a success. And with this, I close my short intervention on open science.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for your contribution. Also very interesting, like before. And I have two very relevant questions, depending from your answer, the further process. The first is, are you going to stay till the end with us, or do we have some other things to do?
I can stay until 1:30.
Aha, okay, then. Okay, then I would, so this gives the first step of the next process. And the second is, are we allowed to share your presentation in PDF form with the participants? Because I was asked for sharing the presentations. Thank you very much for this allowance. I have enough witnesses here for that. So I would now, based on the fact that your time is limited, open the floor for comments or questions to a presentation. Instead of waiting to the end and then compiling all of this. And I will invite the audience. The first hand is up. And please introduce yourselves, because I know my rector and I know Athena and I know also you, but please take this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Laden. I'm Anna Maria Cherubini from University of Salento in Italy, and I'm the Vice Rector for Gender Policies, and I'm involved in Athena in this role. But I wanted to ask a question, because it's not clear to me when you talk about organization if universities are included. So if us as a university can apply to join the federation. Thank you.
Okay, I will just shortly repeat. Anna Maria Cherubini from Salento, or shall I say Lecce, is asking whether a university can join or only these national or regional platforms, this enrollment which you mentioned.
As I was saying, we are aiming for a limited number of nodes, otherwise it's becoming unmanageable from our end. And the idea is to have larger nodes, and then on the other hand, to have this onboarding of resources to the corresponding node. In a sense, now in the second wave of enrollment that we are opening in November, we will most likely aim at national nodes and not at institutional nodes at this point in time. For Italy in particular, there is already the national node evolving. It's ICSC that is there in charge and among the 13 candidate nodes. I'm not sure where they stand with their ideas of onboarding, which is something that should also start like towards the end of the year, beginning of next year. But in that respect, I may then also encourage you to see how the federation is evolving and potentially get in contact with your national authorities if they, or your national contribution to a node if they are already in, or if you have, as I was saying, a very strong thematic domain. I mean, various universities are also very strong in certain thematic areas. Then you might also think of joining one of these thematic initiatives that are, where also we do have a couple of universities already contributing. But to the enrollment call starting in November, to conclude on this, I guess you can apply, but for individual universities it will be probably tough, because we still are in the build-up phase and have to get it slowly going.
Thank you very much for your honest reply. So one more question, maybe? Or comment? Yes, I'm coming closer.
So my name is Mariana Mocanu from Politehnica Bucharest. I represent also ELISA. My question is related to researchers who publish their papers, publish their research results. I understood they will be peer-reviewed, but the question is, how are they recognized in comparison with journals or proceedings, conferences that are in a way in a hierarchy? So how are they recognized at the level of the scientific world?
Did you hear? Or I shall shortly repeat. Professor Ocano from Polytechnic in Bucharest, who is representing ELISA, has asked, as she understood, on the level of researchers who enter their work into the base, how is it validated? What is the value of it in comparison to listing in journals or in conference proceedings or so? What is the rank of this? What is it worth to enter your data, to say in other words?
I mean, now two answers, because I'm not sure to what exactly you're referring. If it's Open Research Europe as a publishing platform is a publishing platform, so you can really use it for your publishing process instead of going to another journal. Of course, this comes with the question: is this already a renowned journal in the scientific domain, for example? But if you're using ORAL, then there's no need to in principle, go to another publisher. And for what concerns EOS, the idea is to have a federated platform where you can collaborate with all other involved researchers being from all over Europe, offering a secure and stable platform that guarantees stable operations in the sense also guaranteeing, for example, sustainability for what concerns storage capacity. So it is really a way forward in the sense that you have the possibility to get your research workflow fully mapped into EOS. It will also come with many other services. I mean, being it, for example, services on, just to name a few, bioimaging, where now this life science research node is strongly working on use cases where you will have the possibility to directly find the relevant services for your work on the platform, provided by different either nodes or third-party providers that onboard into the nodes. And lastly, as we also know, AI is in the uptake. It also has potential to strongly impact research. And for this, you need a lot of high-quality data, which you can securely operate with in platforms like yours. I mean, these are the advantages that I see with respect to putting your data there.
Thank you. From the mimic of the lady, I saw her question was referring to ORE. So you answered this question, hopefully, yes? Thank you very much for your readiness also to answer question. If there is for one final, no? Okay. Thank you, Stefan, for your presentation. I would now continue with the next, which is, of course, also related to open science. And it is from our Vice Rector for Science and Arts, Professor Dr. Dejan Korošak, and I am hopefully opening the presentation and invite him to the floor.
Thank you, Mladen, for a kind introduction. Hello, good morning. I think we're having a great discussion so far, so I hope that I could contribute in a small way to this further. My goal here is to talk about open science in general, but I would like to convey two things to you today in this short presentation. The first is to present what we are doing actually at the moment at the University of Maribor in the field of open science, what kind of instruments and activities are we performing, then how do we see some kind of a future in integration of open science into a university, and then I would like to discuss also how open science can be a driver for European alliances, bringing together research on an alliance level together with education. So let's continue. In Slovenia, we have a special situation since open science here is mandated by our ministry through the decree, amending the decree on
on the implementation of scientific research work in accordance with the principles of open science. This decree actually imposed on us that in 2 years we have to implement certain measures at national level on public universities, public research institutions, and to this end, majority of public research and educational, higher educational institutions have joined into one project under which we are undertaking this task. We are in, let's say, the last third or last quarter of this project, and by the end of that, every institution should have implemented, at least in their acts and other instruments, the core principles of open science. At the University of Maribor, we are performing a multitude of, let's say, activities to achieve this. For instance, bring together research infrastructure across the university, collaborating with our university library, setting up University of Maribor preprint server, Open Science Monitor, similar activities, ensuring that our research infrastructure operates under open science guidance. The next is data stewardship network across the university, which we are employing people who will be taking a job as data stewards, maintaining and establishing partnership with working groups. We are members of, before explained, European Open Science Cloud, COARA, Slovenian Open Science Community, Barcelona Declaration. All of that is, of course, important that we keep in mind the international or at least European perspective of implementing open science principles in higher education. Education and training inside the university to ensure that our researchers are aware of the principles, that they get proper training and information how to operate under the new times, let's say. Awareness and communication, so we set up, of course, web pages, open science, and a couple of activities, also this one, but of course also Festival of Science and other activities that are open also to the general public, which is of course one of the aspects of open science, let's say under the citizen science core principle of open science. And establishing a single point of entry with our university library to, let's say, join all the activities under one roof. Going forward, we are looking at our activities as under one umbrella that we call the WISE learning space, which stands for Wisdom, Insight, Support, and Exchange, somehow bringing together all the principles of open science. So a framework for transferring knowledge, raising awareness, establishing a partnership with universities to identify common grounds and gaps in our practices. Very important because each of us are doing slightly bit different these things, so it's very nice to see how others are doing. And it's a step for us towards systemic reform, supporting the long-term objective of achieving a cultural shift while implementing new principles into university everyday working. So, with this goal in mind, I have thought about how to explain or how to use open science as a driver for, let's say, a particular University of Alliance, let's say Athena, but also any other could be an example in itself. So if we look at university alliances in Europe, so on alliance scale, open science can be a driver for bringing together research and education as a joint activity across the alliance. So if we want to do that, we have to align on certain points. And to align, we have to provide certain service layers, certain activities and research infrastructures, for instance, that can be really used then as a single university. For instance, in publications and rights retention, we also have in CRIS system overall, immediate open access workflows, so forth. In research data space, we have to use the principles of FAIR and CARE, common templates, data steward network across the alliance now, storage tiers and safe havens for data, DOI, and of course, EOSC onboarding of all the members of the alliance. In field of research software, we could use the Git, Forge platform, support many open standards in software that are already there, just need to implement them alliance-wise. Open education resources and teaching, so establishing open education research repository, CC licensing and provenance, shared learning objects, and learning analytics ethics. Identity and PIDs is important, of course, in every organization, as we see the European Alliance as a single organization. So having unique PIDs, DOIs, registry of research organizations, and so forth. Assessment and incentives are, of course, before mentioned multinational activities like COARA, DORA, also Barcelona Declaration. Micro-credentials for open science skills are an opportunity, of course. Compliance and risk regards to the use of data and personal information. So this also should be done on an alliance level once it is a legal entity, a very difficult question. We have a lot of experience of what happens if things go wrong, so we can be of valuable information source for that. KPIs to follow this would be, let's say, immediate open access release, data sets that are branding under the alliance names, and so forth and so forth. So to do that, of course, and the European Alliance should be a legal entity. Much was said today already on where are we in Europe on the possibility of having a European Alliance as a legal entity. So I will repeat something of that because this is the situation right now. So the legal entity options, so Athena as a one EU institution, is actually a vehicle for shared services and should be for real legal entity to be able to hire, budget, and sign things. Otherwise, it's just a collection of legal entities to coordinate joint programs like European degree label within the alliance. So here is the list of current possibilities, not all probably, and some of this, what I've written here is probably just an idea of how to do that. There are some enablers and what the particular vehicle for legal entity enables and what are the limits. For instance, the before mentioned Belgium model, which is actually, of all this, probably the best now, but not perfect, of course. For instance, enables full legal personality, limited liability, staff and contracts, EU projects can be run by that. Limits are anchored in Belgium law. Degrees remain institutionally awarded. Also mentioned was a territorial grouping under public law, strong cross-border public mission operations and procurement, which is good, but it's a heavy multi-level proposal and slower to set up. For instance, European Economic Instrument grouping, another possibility, mostly for joint activities and contracts. ERIC is, of course, a good driver for research infrastructure, but not encompassing all what the university needs. So it's research infrastructure limited, so that's the problem. Status quo, which is where the European alliances are now. So fast collaboration, yeah, sure, but no legal personality, cannot hire, own, or sign, and sustained integration is weak. Therefore, something needs to be done. If we or somebody else, some other European alliance should try to do that, there's some recommendation or plan, for instance, how to do that. So incorporate EU alliance as a Belgium legal entity with a transition clause to migrate to future alliance status when, for instance, European Commission will come up with a proper solution. And have an ERIC carve-out option for a specific research infrastructure if needed. So combination of the two most useful, let's say, options. Governance, so have a general assembly and based on open science. People and budget, so we have a core team, legal, knowledge transfer lead, for instance, also I forgot to mention that before. Funding mix, membership fees plus EU grants plus service contracts. Service stand-up could be done in a year, for instance. CRIS is a well-known European research information system, so this could all be very well used. Open access workflows, data repositories, also mentioned before, was the open education resources, and if we use any other wide European platform, it's of course also good to take advantage of that. Teaching integration, select 2-3 joint programs, pilot European degree label, this is an excellent opportunity for that, recognize open science deliverables in program, and so forth. And some kind of success metrics is needed if we engage into that activity. So the percentage of open access data sets on the alliance level or in the new legal body with DOIs and fair grades for data, software release with citation files, open education resources, labeled joint programs, knowledge transfer deals with open clauses. So all of these are possible. It's a big job, but it's possible right now, especially with the aforementioned transition clause. I think it's important to transfer into a future form when possible. So with this, I end this short presentation, open to discussion, of course, and your inputs. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I just stay here for the questions because then I don't have to walk. Is there a question or a comment? I will just ask also our colleagues online. So why doesn't it close? So? Too much at once. So, here, there's the first question. Peter Haring-Bolivar, please.
So, Peter Haring-Bolivar, one of the members of Athena. Thank both of you for the beautiful perspective of open science. Yeah? And I found it remarkable to see that it's even mandatory by law now here in Slovenia. How do you see the perspectives of the balance of open science versus export regulations, etc., which at least in Germany are really making a problem of even publishing, yeah? Regardless of whether on an open platform or at all, due to the global conflicts. And so we're starting to see an increased competition between strategic export regulations. I work in high-frequency radar technologies, which obviously have a conflicting situation there. And so how, on a general perspective, do you see the proper balance between open science and export regulations and strategic global development?
Thank you for this question. As I see, it goes to both, but maybe the present person can first comment.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Excellent question. Yes. As we know, the whole story of open science in Europe started in, let's say, some other times. And these times have shifted quickly. Now we are basically in a different situation and completely agree that, yes, the principles are okay, but As we see the world today, there is, of course, possibly a rethink needed what and how and when to share with the whole world, of course. And especially with the data or research products, I don't see the problem with publications, which are, of course, because if we don't share publications, then also in Europe we will stale. And, but of course, data and other products are a different story. Actually, in Slovenia, as you mentioned, the law is like that we have to publish everything under open science if it is more than 50% funded by the government. Okay, so if you have 51% funded by the, let's say, private corporation, then you say, sorry, no, I'm bound to these guys, you know. So, yeah, but I mean, I also think that it's important that we somehow see that the whole science actually stands on fundamental, okay, basic science, but of course the applications and other are maybe a different category. So we should probably have a talk about that. So basic science, science of endless frontier, as Vannevar Bush said in 1945. And then, of course, the applications, which can be today, let's say, W's or something like that. That, of course, is a completely different story. But I don't have a real good answer to that.
Thank you. And as it is not 1:30 yet, maybe also Stefan can shortly, or if you wish, to reply. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. It was also very insightful to see the open science perspective from the University of Maribor and where you stand. Very nice to see. And on the question of also the current geopolitical situation, if you want, you see, given that I was also presenting the ERA policy agenda, that from the side of the European Commission and also from the side of the member states, as they were adopting the policy agenda, we stick to open science principles. As in order also to increase research quality, make it more impactful, so this is still something that is enshrined in our understanding of how research should move forward. On the other hand, open science also means as open as possible, as close as necessary. So in order to get there, actually it's very important to have one safe space. And EOS can exactly be, for example, such a safe space. Because you have an AAI, you need to log in, you can say at what point you share data with whom. And in that sense, also the enablers that we are developing can help us in order to be very clear about the restrictions that we potentially have versus to at what level it is really open to everyone. And this also goes in the direction of sovereignty. You know, we have seen that in order to be able to conduct our research, we also must be able to access the data that we ourselves were, for example, producing. And also in that regard, EOS can be a very helpful tool because it allows us to have a sovereign platform within Europe where you are able to share your data securely.
Thank you very much, both of you, for answering the question. Thank you. I now would like to immediately transfer to the longest waiting speaker of today. Not only because he's the last speaker. It is always somehow said that last but not least, and secondly, it is also, no, second last, sorry. But one that will have a task also to somehow say, it has been said, but I will say it differently. And I invite now, as the second last speaker of today, our good colleague who is also actively participating already since the other speakers, Peter Haring Bolivar from University of Siegen and Athena Alliance, Athena Plus. like it is now new titled. And if I succeed to open his presentation, does it? So, please.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mladen. And so my intention is to try to merge big visions to reality and to perhaps provide some recommendations for the future. Before I start on this difficult task, I would still like to congratulate our colleagues. We are in the aula of Vladimir Račić, and really I want to congratulate the rector and all the team for the wonderful and very moving event which we had yesterday, which showed humans with the joy of participating in an institution, and it was deeply moving for us. Thank you for the honor of being a part of it. Okay, now we are one of the members of Athena, and so we are 10 universities across Europe. And we have to recall size. Sometimes we act like small institutions asking for a favor by the Commission. But I think that given the size of what we represent, the humans, the ones which were dancing yesterday, we are more than 200,000 students. We represent more than 20,000 employees. And the total budget of our institutions is above €1 billion. And so we have to recall this scale, which I will come back later. What are the visions and desires by the Commission? This is a bit larger. What are the desires and visions by the Commission? And so Stefan already showed a bit about this important documents, and I will go through a few documents to try to summarize what is the perspectives, visions, and desire from the Commission side upon us. And one very important document is this Draghi report, which was published last year and is constantly discussed and perceived as a guiding principle for the whole development of Europe. And so this week, and so the photo is 4 days old, is really the major discussion at the high-level conference this week in Brussels in how to continue. This is like my 2-line summary of the report for scientists, and that's the reality. The flat blue line is what Europe moves in this planet. The increasing green line is the US, and the steeply increasing line, which has overpassed us already, is the GDP of China. And we are working in all technologies. Only 4 of the top 50 global companies are located in Europe. And so this is a serious challenge, and universities claim to be the innovators in Europe, and so it's up to us to move forward. The nice thing about this report, it's not only complaining on the situation, but it's a 200-page, well-analyzed motivation of what to do. And basically the present discussion in Brussels is, why aren't we doing it fast enough what is said there? And if you summarize 200 pages into 10 points, ChatGPT is wonderful at doing these kind of things. Half of these points are intimately associated to what we are moving as universities. We are the innovators, and so closing the innovation gap is our role. In deep tech, we have to move critical technologies back to Europe. Green transition, we can be a model for that. Reducing dependency, that's where deep tech comes in. Startups originate very frequently in the environment of universities. And skills workforce, That's our core mission in the education areas. Yeah? And so this is touching our core mission, and there is huge support to what we do. There is another very interesting report by another prime minister, former prime minister of Italy, yeah, the Letta report, yeah, which goes a bit beyond. Yeah. Draghi was the head for the European single market. What is our common things? Goods can move, services can move, capital can move, people can move. And now there is a big claim for a fifth freedom, which is associated not only, as Stefan put, freedom of data, but freedom of research, innovation, and education across the European boundaries. Yeah? And so that's a mission. Yeah? That's what we want to do, and we are the main actors for this, beyond the other activities that include, in the Letta case, also social cohesion as an important dimension. How do we keep our society together? Alliances are one important mechanism, and I think it's one of the key mechanisms to address all of these dimensions together. Yeah? And this is a recently published study. This is our, how you say, when you go to school and get your degrees. Yeah? This is the degrees of what we're doing. Yeah? Also an official 200-page analysis of what the universities are doing. Yeah? The alliances, and it's very positive. Yeah? And so we have created impact. Yeah? We have over 600 joint programs, more than 60 alliances, 600 institutions. We are sharing structures, studying students, doing joint development of skills, curriculum, innovation. We are having impact. And we have a lot of associated partners outside. That's a positive side. Yeah? In reality, where are the challenges? Yeah? And that's written there. Yeah? That's the homework written by the Commission on what we have to do. Yeah? They state there clearly, limited reach, and we all know that. Yeah? In our institutions, I don't know, 5% of our students know that the alliances exist. Yeah? Interestingly, the perception of the Commission is that research and innovation is less developed, which I would argue otherwise, yeah? At least in our case. Yeah? We think education is a more tedious job to get done. They themselves state sustainable funding is uncertain, and regulatory barriers and uneven visibility are like the challenges. And then it directs the policy directions. What should the Commission do? Yeah? And you can also get the biographs. Yeah? Costas. Yeah? And so this is the homework recommendation there for the Commission. Yeah? The investment is required. Yeah? Together with a larger investment, we will inevitably get a more detailed monitoring, which I think, however, it's very reasonable to distinguish blunt claims from reality. Yeah? Scaling up, regulation, and the partnership are things to address in the future. And so we have a transformative role, but we need scaling, sustainable funding, and regulatory alignment. Yeah? Until there, it sounds wonderful. Yeah? And now the reality. This is the scale for our alliance, and it's probably quite similar for other alliances. Yeah? The area in the squares is proportional to the budget which we have. Yeah? And so the left part is what the nations or local governments of the states are financing at our institutions. Yeah? And the right part is what the Commission is giving on an average to an alliance, yeah, to change the world. Yeah? And so basically, one could argue this is basically the dog wagging with the tail wagging with the dog. Yeah? If you see this leverage, for us it's 0.3% of our budget is what the alliance budget moves. Yeah? And I would argue this is not the tail wagging with the dog, but it's a seed funding of something which we want to do on our own. That's the only reality of how it can work and how it should work. Yeah? Because we have coherent interests. Yeah? We also want to be leading in deep tech. Yeah? We also want to be the first comers in the research and innovation area in the subjects which we're doing. We also want to have more talents. We also want to attract. Yeah? And so many of the goals, of the abstract goals at the Commission side, really align with us. Yeah? And so this is therefore there's seed money for us to initiate this transformation. Yeah? And we always have to be aware. Yeah? Please recall this size ratio. It's only seed money to motivate and convince people. It's not the money for doing it. Yeah? It's impossible for it to be the money to do it. Yeah? And so it's a motivational instrument. Yeah? How do we do it in our network? Yeah? And so these are the great colleagues which I have the honor to work with, yeah? Completely across Europe. Yeah? And we're learning from each other each day. Yeah? And the key is therefore for us to ensure the coherence of what is our global mission as an alliance, what do we want to strategically do, and how to convince at the floor level the individual colleague or the individual student, why is it interesting for them to collaborate with this bunch of other institutions. Yeah? And at the end, we need transparency, making very clearly and very evident why things are performing how and where are which ideas, and that's why all these open platform to showcase what the others can do and what we can do together, yeah, is extremely important. Yeah? And to have then on the operational level a very clear, simple structure. Yeah? And so this whole network, yeah, 200,000 students, 20,000 co-workers are structured only in 4 work packages. Yeah? And we, on purpose, we're not separating research and education and innovation, but we're putting all of that together in this action point 2, yeah? Which is our common arena in how to develop in this area. Yeah? And the recipe which we have found, yeah, is then to, it has to be attractive for the students, for the colleagues, etc., to be part of this. Yeah? And therefore, we are focusing on specific thematic areas. Yeah? Usually, a neuroscientist will be interested in collaborating with neuroscientists and is not per se interested in collaborating with 10 other institutions. Yeah? And so we have to digest and translate the big corporation to the small corporation along the topics. Yeah? And so our structure follows these topics. Yeah? And then in the fields where we are active, for us it's mainly digital technologies, sustainable production, health, nutrition, and creative industries. Those are the common areas where our partners are strong. And then we're going to, or there we're active in incorporating education programs, research programs, and innovation programs at this thematic area. Yeah? And so the core center of the university is basically structured along these clusters. Yeah? And however, not to leave anyone outside of this, we have a big sandbox like an invitation center which allows exchange for any topic. Yeah? And this is expanding then to these clusters into hubs, yeah? So that we interact also in these dedicated, thematically centered areas with our environment, yeah? To lead to a higher impact of the activities which we're doing. Yeah? And so the general idea is to concentrate thematically from left to right. Yeah? And so we have a thematic concentration and then focus actions on the teaching, the research and innovation level in specific thematic areas together with our associated partners. And so that's our recipe where we're trying to find and recall the sizes of these squares. Yeah? We're only motivating the people to see a good opportunity in this interaction. And that's what we have to do. Otherwise, we don't have the financial means to do more than that. Yeah? And at the end, instead of a summary of my talk, I would like to give a bit of a homework, yeah? For us ourselves, but also at the Commission. Yeah? What are the main points which we want to address, and where are aspects which we need to address? Yeah? I think from the LETA report, yeah, being identified as the 5th joint activity in Europe, yeah, is a crucial chance, yeah? And so a single European knowledge market. Yeah? There we need help not only with the financing, yeah? And so Stefan, you're the only one from the Commission side now here, yeah? But even more important than the money is the regulations. Yeah? There are many things which block what we want to do. And so the free movement of learners, researchers, and innovation staff across Europe is important. Yeah? What I already said during my question, yeah? A label is a nice thing, but we need legally solid solutions, yeah? For the institutions, for the degrees, and for the things we do. We need a solid, sustainable investment in this transformation. Yeah? This is a longer path, and so also Ms. Conze said that Europe has recognized we need a longer frame for the funding in this area, and help motivate also our main sources of funding that this is important. Yeah? Then life is easier. Yeah? And so that's a bit also of a homework on the Brussels side. Yeah? We are very active to realize Draghi's specific addressing of AI, semiconductors, and deep tech push. That's important, and we are test beds for climate-neutral campuses, etc., and digital labs, living labs, which demonstrate what technology can do for us. We need legal recognition, and we need a bit of a support in order to fill this role of being flagships of European higher education in the future. And with this list of homework, yeah, which could be a guiding principle for many of us, but contains a lot of also legal aspects which need to be solved at the European scale, yeah, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. The question is, again, as usual, is there any immediate question now? Because Peter Haring-Borleva is not going away, so we can still ask him later. Maybe not during the lunch, but immediately before and after. And I would now really thank you first, and as I would like to check first whether the connection has not been interrupted, as we have learned. We might be now alone with our last speaker. Why is this not closing? Yeah, where was I? Stefan is still here because it's already close to 1. Is there a comment maybe immediately from you, Stefan, because Peter addressed again the Commission. Are you in line with what he said? What has to be done?
Peter gave indeed a very nice presentation of the policy objectives, with the Draghi report and the Beta report and what needs to be done on our side. And indeed, in particular with respect to our competitiveness, what I didn't mention, but it's very high up on the agenda, is the startup and scale-up strategy and fostering innovation and knowledge valorization and transfer. In that regard, you can also see, you can see quite a few of this also in the MFF proposal with the competitiveness fund that is now implemented, and connections, having connections also with Horizon Europe, giving the EIC, for example, more possibilities in the future. And many things that Peter was saying also on his last slide directed to us, I think we are well aware and are on our agenda. So
we're happy.
Thanks for the nice overview on where we stand
Yeah. Now we're happy to provide the view graphs and think a bit on Feynman. Yeah, small is beautiful. Perhaps some investment of at the lower scale of universities have a larger impact per euro than only looking at the large scale investments. Yeah, and so keeping a balance between large and small is very important and dangerous presently. Yeah, and so if you could take that notice. For us, for instance, as a small institution, opening up via the collaboration makes a much bigger change, because then we can multiply in teaching programs what we can do, yeah, than a network of large institutions which anyhow are already self-sufficient. Yeah? And so that just perhaps beyond large is nice, small is beautiful. Yeah?
Thank you very much. I think that's a Slovenian motto. You stole it from us. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you very much, Stefan. And now I was overtaking already. Maybe it's a long time after breakfast, but still the very hard task of finalizing our content. Not only because she's the last speaker, but also because there has been so many words about legal entity. And the reason why she is with us is that we had a very strong desire when we met in February in Brussels with the EUT Plus, and already before in sense of the activity of this European University Alliance in two projects. One pilot was going to European degree and the other pilot was going to legal entity. I'm very glad that they accepted the opportunity to share their experience. Maybe less on the European degree level, but maybe you will let it flow in context with the legal entity issue. And I would, with not more do about it, give you the floor. And please, you can share your presentation on the screen. If it doesn't work, I have some hopefully backup, but I don't need it, obviously. Oh, great, it works. Thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us. We're very, very glad to be here, and it's really a pity that we cannot be physically with you today. So what we would like to do today, and this presentation has been prepared together with Teams Italy, is to share our experience and really to try to trigger reflection. So for those of you who may not know EUT Plus well, we are an alliance of 9 campuses across Europe. So we realize strongly on our mission statement, which stands as our common goal and a vision, which is to build a powerful Europe. And we were having this discussion all through the morning today, and a mission to build a new European model of university that raises responsible citizens through technology. So I'm just back from the CEPI conference in Tampere in Finland, and that's why I can't be with you. And this need to educate responsible engineers that are able to tackle the challenges of the 21st century was again at the core of the different presentations and discussions. So in line with our vision and our mission, at EUT Plus, the approach that we have adopted is first to ask the question, why? Why transform our universities? Why progressive integration? Why a legal status? And so this question, why does an alliance need a legal status, is the question that I was proposed to us all to reflect on today. So Susanna Conce was explaining this morning that a legal status is not compulsory. She was inviting us this morning to ask ourselves the same questions. What fits us? What allows us to go ahead? Let us make this parallel. In order for a couple to live together nowadays, do they necessarily need to be married? No. The main condition is a minimum of feelings, of course. People get married because they love each other. And apart from that feelings, there is also a more pragmatic dimension linked whether to legal aspects, religion, or to social status. So in our modern Western societies, marriage is not necessary the precondition to live together. what legal status, what tasks can we do together with this legal status, but rather a deeply strategic question with that big question mark, why a legal status? So, as you may know, Nathan was mentioning it, EUT Plus was part of the two projects, one on the European degree and one on the legal status, which was named STIX. So the main insights and the transversal conclusion of the four pilot Erasmus projects that were funded on legal status come with that same conclusion. The first main insight is that the principal objective of having a legal status is to, one, increase inter-university transnational cooperation and to create covenants between otherwise institutions that will be independent. And then second, and perhaps the main insight, is that, and it was discussed again this morning, currently there is no legal status that fully fits the needs of university alliances. Among the existing legal instruments that are currently available on the European level, none of them enables to cover all the university missions. So the current EGTC or EEIG, so EGTC stands for European Grouping of Territorial Cooperation, and EEIG for European Economic Interest Grouping. So while EGTC is more convenient for public authorities tasks, EEIC is for more commercial tasks. So yes, each can be convenient and be a relevant tool, but only on a temporary basis. Neither EGTC nor the EEIG can fully fit the needs of alliances or higher education institutions. So therefore they cannot constitute a permanent solution. And Susanna was saying this morning that work is ongoing concerning the adaptation of the EGTC, which appears today as perhaps the most relevant type of legal status. So there is on the one hand what a legal status allows, and Dean has been presenting this morning, and on the other hand, we must also remember this insight. No legal status fully fits the needs of university alliances. And in light with these needs, let's come back to what seems important for us at EUT Plus. So, asking this question for us, step one is to address that question. Is we believe we must first identify our need. What do we need? And as a sociologist, having practiced empirical informed design for years, I always start with the needs analysis. What is to be built? What is the context of use? What do users need? So when we're starting with questioning ourselves about the needs, it becomes visible that the choice of a status is not a technical one, what type of legal status, what task the legal status will allow us to achieve, but simply a strategic question with that big question mark, why a legal status? And for us, at EUT Plus, our need must be analyzed in line with our ambition. So this is quoted from our EUT Plus mission statement. Contribute to the momentum that Europe absolutely needs, we are considering an unprecedented endeavor, merging our institutions into a single European university. And again, in line with the discussions that we are having this morning, this is even more relevant. And so, to advance the convergence towards merging with a progressive integration, we have raised the global question of both structure and status for the alliance. So towards this progressive 1,300-meter plateau in the heart of the Eastern Pyrenees. And so the creation of the EGTC in 2010 and the hospital in 2014 really answered a need because of the geographic isolation in winter. Many expectant mothers ended up giving birth on the road because they didn't have time enough to reach the nearest hospital. And so we started with maternity and it extended to a wide range of specialties. And the patients are both Spanish and French. The hospital is managed by the Catalan Health Department and the French Ministry of Health. And they both collaborate smoothly for the good of the patients. The second example is the Strasbourg-Audenau Euro District. So the Euro District is legally an EGTC for the common good and to reinforce European cooperation. It has allowed the tramway to connect the French city of Strasbourg to the German city of Kehl on two sides of the Rhine. And so people can move easily between the two countries, and this really creates connection. And so we see that in both cases, the common good and the cross-border cooperation have been at the heart of the concerns. The challenges linked to differences in culture, in procedures, in infrastructure, in agenda, have been overcome. And in these two cases, we can see how resources are put into common successfully and the positive impact that this cooperation can have. And so, to come back to our question on the legal status for university alliances, so like for these two examples, within an alliance, it would be possible to provide services. It would be possible to pool and share critical resources. The question of pooling and sharing resources is not so much, are we able to do it, but do we want to do it? Is there the political will to do it? Are you, rectors, today ready to lose control over certain decisions that used to be taken within your universities and take them more collectively at the alliance level? Are we, as academics and university personnel, ready to hear that we will have less money for our research because it has been decided at internal level to reduce the budget and rather invest in the alliance towards the future and the common good? Are we ready for that? And to use that image again, we may be ready to get married, sign a paper at the town hall, and eventually have a nice party, but are we really ready to engage? And so this fundamental question that we should be asking ourselves, what do I need, is not a purely legal perspective. An EGTC, an association with what kind of statutes, and what do I need emotionally? What is the appropriation within our alliance at this stage that would allow us making the most of the legal status to create comments? And so to come back to the question of a legal status for university alliances, like for these two examples of EGTC that we've been showing, within an alliance, it would be possible to provide these services. And so, in participating in your event today, Timothy Turi and myself, we wanted, through the sharing of our experience, to help you think and ask the relevant questions. So currently, again, there is no legal status that fully fits the needs of university alliances. EGTC can be great for the two examples of cross-border cooperation that we've seen, but not necessarily for academic needs. The other reason is that transformation process step by step. And so the legal status in there is a facilitator, but we must ask ourselves the right and relevant questions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Karine Elan. As expected, a nice insight in this issue. And especially thank you for the parallel with the marriage. This is personal because my wife is a professor of family law. I should transfer some of that to her. Thank you. We have now in some way finished the input part of our session, also answered quite a few questions. We are slightly ahead of time, and based on the fact that our speaker from the European Commission has not indefinite time, I would not waste too much time to ask now our host to enter the last stage of our program, which is a sum up and some kind of conclusional part, if I may say so. But before that, 2 questions to Karine, if somebody of you would like to ask her now. I am sure that all our speakers will be ready to answer later sent questions. Maybe if somebody of you has an idea later, we can communicate it in an electronic way, and I hope they will be ready to comply with the wish of those who will put questions maybe later when they have longer reflected on the presentation. But Professor Kacic is already for the first question.
Yes, thank you very much for your very interesting question, and I think it's one of the crucial topics that we are all dealing with for some years. And yes, I agree. I was very happy that you pointed out the question, a need. Is there a need for legal status for a European university? I would like to hear your opinion about this concerning the major objective or the major goal of the European University Initiative. As we understood and somehow are discussing this within the Athena for years now, the need would probably be it will probably depend on the goal that we all set. If we would like to see our European alliance on a long-term goal as an alliance, then probably there is not such big need for legal entity, because we can continue working in the same way as we did it up to now without any legal entity. And as Ms. Conce pointed out, there is no request for European Union. I hope that also the reviewers will share the same opinion, that when evaluating the alliances, that this is not something that would count. But on the other hand, if we would like to see our common development in a final goal as establishing a new institution like European University, and I read this in the documents in the EOI, then probably we cannot escape the question of proper legal status. And as you pointed out, and I'm very happy that you elaborated this in so many details, we discussed very much the possibility to somehow bring forward the idea of sui generis, the European University to be defined as a legal entity as such, a complete solution that would be written on our skin of European University. So I would like to hear your opinion about these ideas and what is your standpoint. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. I'm sorry, because it's very difficult and hard. I hope I have understood your question correctly. So I will take the Utilus example again, because we know, because I have benchmarked the other alliances and seen, especially for the other projects that were granted a legal status. I have longly discussed with them and discussed what their needs, and it appears that having a legal status even though we can do it before, it is easier to, for example, have human capital in common, to appoint people on the same budget, to develop something in common. So in order to progressively have this bigger and closer integration, yes, a legal status is useful. But if within your alliance the objective is not to closely interact as we would like to do at Community Plus, perhaps it is not that necessary, because Susanna was saying again this morning, it is not compulsory at funding. So, but we can see that it is important to have a legal status when this integration is becoming stronger and stronger, and perhaps is the UGTC the relevant one? Can we, because a lot of alliances, 8 of 16 have adopted the Belgian association. Others are also associations. So it is light, and UGTC is much kind of, it is much more burdensome, it is more difficult to manage. So again, this is linked to the question, what do we need and what we want to do with that? I don't know whether I answered your question.
Thank you very much. Maybe just the last part of this question, which was referring to if there are 2 resolutions that regulate the EGTC, why is it not yet possible to have one regulation regulating a European university? This was the last part of the question, if I understood right. What do you think about that?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't know about it because I'm not an expert in UGTC or in legal status. What I'm trying to do is really to have this comprehensive approach within the UT Plus to identify our needs and to kind of examine the appropriation process.
Thank you very much. I see a lot of hands. I'm going from the back to the front. Sorry for Magdalena, ladies first usually, but equal rights claim that I use my condition as I can still walk. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Okay, thank you for your presentation. So this is Fernando from CEU Alliance, and I have the question just to give more food for the debate. Why not asking the other way around? Instead of why we need a legal status, why we don't need a legal status? So we have this big discussion in the rectors of CEU Alliance, and they were kind of reluctant because of this loss of identity from each university. I could see some part of it, but the conclusion was to define a legal entity. We are thinking or working on establishing a Maltese association because of the English language and easy of the paperwork, but with a very, very limited action and defining really well the tool, so to use the legal entity as a tool, not as something else. What are your thoughts on this?
Did you hear the question? Yes, so Fernando, yes. Fernando from CEU University, European University, has pointed out the discussion inside this alliance where they were fearing to lose their own identity. Why? So the question was, why do we not need a legal entity? Because we have an entity and we have an identity. So this was somehow the first part of the question. Why is it, or what is the impact of this legal entity? And of course, the question, why to enter this only for the status or for to having it, or is there other motivations? So the fear of losing their own identity was maybe the most motivation for them not to establish a legal entity yet, I will say. In the end, I heard the decision was that you will, but you are struggling about it still. Please, maybe you can comfort them in some way.
I would not take that responsibility, but what I can say is that for us, yes, having a legal status is somehow linked to our identity. Because again, for us, the legal status is seen as a facilitator. How can it ease what we are already doing together and that we want to continue to do together? So it is just a kind of support
Thank you very much. Next question, as promised. She will introduce herself again.
Thank you very much, Mladen. Magdalena Sikorska, I'm Secretary General of UNIS Alliance, and I have been working together with 10 ASBLs currently, because in UNIS we have created ASBL 3 years ago, and I'm also chairing a group of 10 ASBLs currently among the alliances. So maybe some comments and some experience from the group, and also a perspective from EUT+, because I know that you, to my understanding and to my knowledge, and I'm also finalized a PhD on the European University Alliances, to my understanding, your alliance is the only one that is going to a full merger among the 65 alliances. So that's a pretty different situation to the others. So in my point of view, I believe that there are 3 ways to go for the alliances. Number 1 is you go for the grant agreement, you stay on a project base, and that's it. Second one is you go to a full merger, and that's your solution. And the third one, to me, is the one that stays in between, which means you go for a legal entity, but you still stay independent. And that's the solution we chose in UNIS. And we've been doing this for 3 years now, and we've already have some experience. And some of that, I would say, in terms of the benefits that we see, of course, these are shared resources, joint purchases that we do, joint employment within the alliance. Then, of course, also you can use this potential to cooperate with non-EU partners, which is not possible within the Erasmus+ framework of the project. And then also, of course, apply for the joint projects and many, many more. I've been also doing a research among the group of 10 ASBLs currently within the alliances, so we share this view, and we do believe that at this point the Belgium national legal tool is the most flexible, of course, in our point of view. So then maybe just a comment, and I don't know, Karine, if you can confirm that, because that's to my knowledge that EUT+ is very special in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Magdalena. I might mention that UNIS has a Belgian partner, so maybe it was easier to decide for the Belgian law. Therefore, a lot of alliances don't have a Belgian partner, and maybe they have some restraints to be submitted to Belgian law. First, my question, did you hear the comment?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, then, thank you. Thank you very much for your kind reply and for the questions. I saw more hands before, but maybe some questions have been answered, not yet. So Peter Haring, please, again.
I think one pressing question, and so congratulations on really this challenging goal of going for a merger. And if we see United Nations and suddenly Trump retreating from that, yeah? In a merger, what's your arrangement with the local governments, which are your main source of income, to maintain funding, yeah? because in a merged entity is much easier for local governments to at least partially retreat of such an institution and their fundamental financing. What's your view to that? Which would, for me, be a bigger challenge than choosing the legal structure. How do I ensure the blunt euros still getting into my institution on the long term, given the local changes of governments, decisions and changes of funding locally?
Yeah, so did you hear it? So the question was, what happens if you become EUT plus university and let's say a member from, you're from which country?
The Secretary General is based in France.
So, and the French government says, okay, now you're European, go. Is there anything that you plan already on this path?
I wouldn't, because again, I'm not the kind of, it's a pity Timothy cannot answer that question. For sure he would have an answer. But linked to yes, I think that apart from the kind of financial and administrative risk of losing funding, which I do get, and I don't have the answer for that, I think that Europe truly needs European universities that come together to be stronger. We were talking this morning about scale. We were talking together about the European companies in tech, which are so minimal when we compare to US and China. We were talking about competitiveness, the union of skills. So I guess that rather than, I wouldn't have the answer for the financial aspect, but in terms of the purpose, the meaning, what is needed from European universities, and I think that, yes, we would take the risk, if the risk exists, that we lose the money, because our mission first is to serve society and society at large, whether it is at the European level or at the French level, and we really believe that we have more impact as universities at the European rather than at the national level.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your reply. No more hands as far as I know, and I would thank all the speakers. Most of them are present. Unfortunately, of course, we knew that Mrs. Conce will not be all the time with us. I would now invite our host, Professor Dr. Zdravko Kacic, to start the last point of agenda, if I may say in this formal way, our sum up and conclusions. Thank you for the presentations for now.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank all the speakers, especially the two of you who stays with us till the end. And my task is now to somehow wrap up what was said today, what is far from being an easy task. I hope, but I'm also sure that we heard a lot of interesting information that will be useful for us for our future work. And if I just try to summarize the main thing that at least I understood from what was said during this day, then I will start with Ms. Conce. She gave us a lot of different information about the future and the present of the European alliances, and I'm glad that she pointed out that university alliances are the strategic policy of the EU, and that the EU is politically committed to support EU alliances for the future. And also that the Erasmus stays the main funding mechanisms, of course, with the aim or need to include also other funding schemes, which goes well in line with our topic of today, how to actually wrap up all the necessary financing mechanisms to be able to fulfill our missions on teaching, research, and knowledge transfer. She also pointed out the necessity of stable long-term funding, and expose the importance of STEAM, European degree label, also micro-credentials, and also to increase awareness of the young generations about the necessity of long life learning and continuous education through all the careers. Also, what we discussed today on different occasions, of course, an issue of legal framework, and I think that this is, I would say, the red line of all debates in one or another way. So I think that we got clear assurance that European university alliances are the future of higher education in Europe, and this is no doubt about that. But of course, there are a lot of different ways, a lot of different, I would say, visions how we should proceed in this respect. And as in the past, I'm sure that also in the future, the development itself will show how and in what way we can reach the main objectives, which should be clear, and they are clearly set in the basic documents. If I go to the topic of Mr. Stefan Liebler, I hope I will point out the main objectives. Has presented the ERA policy agenda till 2027 and spoke about improvement of practice, early sharing of research by providing open access and a consolidated management system, developing enablers. EU is developing two major key enablers, Open Research Europe publishing platform and European Open Science Cloud, which is being somehow inspired, if I can say so, by reports of Leta, Draghi, and Heitor, and all as digital node. And what is the major issue here? European alliances are invited to take part in it. I'm very happy that we had opportunities to hear such an elaborated expose, and I am personally thrilled to go forward, especially in this issue, which was not so much explored by at least for universities and our academic careers, is very problematic, and this is one of the solutions that we would very like to see, and this is the open publishing platform, which will hopefully, as soon as possible, took us away from the dependency of profit-driven publishers, which are pushing on us on a daily basis. So I'm very happy, and I'm sure we will do our best to help also European Union to bring this platform as fast as possible in our everyday life. Of course, all the others presented things I think are very important also for us, but on the other hand, we should run with the small steps, because open science should be globally, or otherwise there is no open science. There is only Europe giving gifts to the rest of the world in this respect. So thank you very much for this presentation. The next was presentation of my colleague Dejan Korošak, Open Science at the University of Maribor. What Professor Dr. Korošak presented as an open science at the University of Maribor is the ongoing activities, legal frameworks, support services, objectives for the future, wise learning space, opportunities for collaboration, developing alliance, scale and open access, legal entity from the point of view of open access. Here we also have the same topic, recommendations and conclusions, Open science requires a fundamental shift in the research culture, which is also part of the UNESCO recommendations 2023. Then, colleague Peter Herring, integrated campus of multiple universities, how to match vision and reality. I think this is, as he pointed out, always the ground on which we should stay and how to perform the great ideas in the visions. And here the problems begin. Professor Dr. Peter Herring, Bolivar, presented key data on Athena. In his speech, he referred to the so-called Draghi and Letta reports showing the challenges for the EU in sense of competitiveness with other regions of the world. He presented the concept of the Athena to work on the realization of these set goals and closed with the conclusions what we need for alliances with impact, sufficient and sustainable investment, simplification of administrative overhead, deeper relations with business and citizens. Holistic approach, it means all three missions of the university should be fulfilled. And as we discussed today, yes, of course, we have different visions, we have different strategies how to come to the goal, but I think we all should answer to the one question, and this is, will the path that we will take lead us to reach the main objective, and this is competitiveness on a global level. If we have the question yes, then of course all our thoughts and all our path is the correct one. If there is some doubt on this, then we should reconsider the path, and I think that here again the question is, do we see this, that as, I will be a little rude, yet another alliance, we can reach this goal, which should be quantitative and, as Professor Bolivar pointed out, on the ground measurable, with the results that Europe needs, or we need transformation into the European level institution, which will be European institution as such, and of course not losing the identity. I'm sure that it is not necessary that we lose the identity as universities, as we are, but then we have as UCLA, in a similar way, an entity which we all are part of and which is globally competitive. This, of course, is one of the main questions. And thank you again, Corinne, for your presentation, approaches to the setting of organizational framework of European University Alliances, where Karim presented IUT Plus and the activities toward a legal entity. First, she gave an overview of all established legal entities, which showed that there were different decisions taken in several alliances. The 4 pilot projects showed that no legal status fits the needs of the European University Alliances. Most probably, 2 opinions might be developed into permanent solutions with legal adaptations. It is a constant discussion and an unfinished process. I think that we can all agree with that, and it will stay for some years to come. So I hope that I have wrapped up all what was important to say, and of course, if some of you would like to add something what I said, I would be very glad. If not, I will then propose applause for all the speakers, all of you who had questions. Please.
Thank you very much. So, to finish our gathering in a way, we have prepared just a moment, based on the, please open up. Sesame, open. Ah, it's there, magic. So, based on the preparation for this gathering and the communication with our presenters and also inside the executive board of Athena, we would like to wrap up this gathering and the different presentations in conclusions that we would like to transport to other alliances, to the European Commission, to our national representatives, and also in our case to regional authorities, as we have in the luxury in Slovenia to be members of 3 macro-regional strategies, which are also one layer of the policy in EU. And so, if I may, I would like to read them out and invite you also to have a short debate on that. The first draft conclusion is what was stated by all speakers, that the European University initiatives that started by the call in 2018 have become a major movement encompassing a major part of the future united European higher education and research area. I think there's no doubt about that research and education have to be combined. Second conclusion, especially based on the contribution by Mrs. Conce, the European University Alliances plead for a holistic approach to fostering the further development and establishment of the European higher education area with the help of the lighthouses of the European University Alliances and the community of practice, which means that the harmonization of the European policies in the field of science, education and innovation is necessary. This must result in the strengthening and maintenance of the EU programs of all 3 fields at the universities of the European higher education area on European as well as on regional and national levels to be able to compete with their counterparts in other parts of the world. We further propose to conclude, as the EHERA stands for European values of democracy, tolerance and freedom, the European University Alliances call on the national, regional and European policy levels to strengthen their efforts in the field of knowledge-based, competitive, democratic and inclusive society with equal opportunities for all. I know that these terms on the first view seem to be contradictory, but especially in the field of smart specialization and prioritization, there's much room for improvement. The present European University Alliances are prepared to take part in their role as stakeholders in all the mentioned fields, which shows the presence of more than 10 alliances in physical form here today. In the era of open science, the European universities meeting in Maribor welcome the European Commission's efforts to improve the wide range of practices that comprise open science and specifically to develop its enablers. Such efforts allow European universities to make relevant scientific contributions and become the desired competitive knowledge-based society. The present European universities express their readiness on the path to the goals set out in the UNESCO recommendations on open science from 2023 and the Barcelona Declaration on the topic of open access and open science. And finally, the European University Alliances gathered in Maribor understand the approach for a diverse and open handling of the challenges of institutionalizing the European universities. However, the European universities assembled in Maribor call for a stronger and more open dialogue between the European Commission and the member states, as well as other relevant stakeholders, to make way for European solutions in the question of institutionalization and enable the fulfillment of all 3 missions of a European university, that are research, education and innovation. Here, the assembled European universities stress the need for criteria for the status of a European university apart from periodical financing based on limited calls. So this was very quick, I am aware, and I do not expect now for you to write a new text. And if you agree, we would distribute these draft conclusions to all participants. And we will, in this distribution, kindly ask you to give your potential additions or comments within the next 10 days. If there is a direct reply now, we are open to hear it. Of course, if there's somebody who is not fine with what was formulated, we will of course understand. But formally, I'm asking you, are you in favor of these conclusions without stating it's the final text? I see a lot of nodding. I see somebody sustained. So I declare these conclusions as adopted. And I thank you very much for your cooperation. You will have opportunity to comment, to add, and also to say your opinion on that. And I'm very glad that we are not late in time. So I would kindly invite Professor Kacic to close the conference, say maybe still a few words, and later we will see upstairs.
Yes. Thank you very much. Again, great thanks to all the speakers, all to you that you come to Maribor, devoted your time and efforts to listen and to engage. And I hope that you use the time of coffee break and now the time for lunch to discuss and to better know each other. And I hope that you will bring home nice memories and, of course, new information that will lead or inspire your work in the future. I think that European University Alliances becomes a major power in higher education in Europe, and we should think about how to use our power to actually force the national level and the European level to allow us to help Europe to become competitive again on a global level. But with this, we have to have our goal to become globally competitive ourselves. Without this, we cannot reach this goal for Europe. So thank you very much again. Thank you for coming to Maribor. We arranged also the nice weather, so after the lunch, you are invited to go around the Maribor. Maribor is 15-minute city, so in 15 minutes you can see the whole city. And I think that you will have a lot of time to spend it in some pub with the beer or with the juice or whatever you would prefer. And I recommend you also a wine, which Maribor is a wine city surrounded with the vineyards. And I'm sure in these 15 minutes you will see this all. Thank you very much and wish you a nice day again.
Thank you very much. Also for the two speakers remaining online, thank you and have a nice weekend. Bye-bye. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have one final photo here on the stage. Yeah. The members of Athena will meet in the Senate Hall, like yesterday, to finish the agenda. At 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Please, for the fire photo. We call it fire photo because yes, of course, we have a penguin. We have a penguin. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah. The small ones in the back and the taller ones in the small ones. You see now who has the best mobile phone? This moment, I have to see who called me. It's relevant. Ja, glej, še vedno sem tu v konferenci. Glej, bom probal kasneje nazaj poklicati. Vedi, ker imam še te goste še cel dan, pa pol zvečer imam še nekaj ženjenega. Ja, ok, glej, bomo se čuli verjetno bolj ponedeljek, torek, kot pa danes, kjer je ful polno vsem. Ok, oprosti, ne? Lepo bodi. Adijo. Sorry. So let's try to fix it. I need my mobile phone for that, you know, that's why I'm doing it here.
Vor dem Messen, Amtsübergabe an den Neuen?
Nach dem Messen, wir treffen uns um 3 in dem Saal, wo wir gestern waren. Executive board, but everybody can be there. It will be the handover of the presidency. A little ceremony, and Eric will say how he imagines how to work. Two-factor authentication. So now I have to go to so can you enter your email now?
But it is not my email, it is access to Microsoft, you know?
Yeah, but I don't know how to do that.
This
I
one.
have a typo.
No, this one. No, the second one.
Sorry. Let's repeat the exercise.
No. Let's start from the, I will do it.
Opposite.
This is, can you see? It's with Office.
I invited you now to be authorized there, and you should get an email to
Okay, so I hope
use
it will work.
Yes.
If it won't
If not,
work,
I will need a computer guy to help us what is wrong. I know that we are a little heavy because of the two-point authentication and experience we had last October when we were attacked. But it should normally work. Sometimes the servers don't like each other. I was explained sometimes, and then it becomes difficult to communicate with the machines.
there is, well, you know, our access to Microsoft is on the other emails than our regular emails, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
If you want to be added,
understand. It's more complicated than I thought. I have. Please go to lunch as soon as possible because 1 hour is not so long.